Fall in love with me again if you knew all I've done. Bow, 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 bow. Hi, chat. Hello, hello. How's it going? I'm excited. I'm very excited. I apologize for the extra long um starting soon screen, but it felt fitting. It felt fitting. It felt very climactic. This is something I've been looking forward to for a while now, and finally get to it. So let me switch over to Facecam. It might. Is this working? Okay, this isn't working. Sorry, you might not be able to hear the. Oh god, wait. This isn't. Ah, let me move that. Okay, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a great Friday. Um, yep, we're doing it. We're finally getting around to doing the Epic the Musical tier list stream. This was one of our goals for the Pasta Party Subathon that we so graciously hit. So, the fact that we are doing, thank you. Yes. I'll get into why I did that because there's a reason behind why I shaved the beard off, but I'll get into that in a minute. Um, where was I going? Oh yeah, we hit the subathon goal, which is why we're doing this. But honestly, I've been planning on doing this for a while anyway, so it was just good incentive. The subathon gave me the motivation to get it done faster. The beard. Okay, okay. For context, the reason the beard is gone, if you don't know, for the past like couple weeks, I've been streaming. Well, I've been collaborating on uh Lorelai the Raven's channel, and we've been playing Cuphead. And in our last stream, we got our asses deep fried and handed to us by Colin Maria. And we had one round where it finally got to the point where I was like, if we don't beat it next round, I'm shaving my beard. And I meant it as a joke, and I wasn't gonna actually go through with it until I panicked and pressed pause. I pressed pause because I was lagging and needed a second for my computer to stop lagging. But in my panic, I pressed pause and I pressed retry. And that was while we were like in the third phase and I still had 2 HP and had like a bunch of my super attacks charged up. So low key, I could have beat Colin Maria right there. There was a good chance that that could have been it. And I threw the fight. So I originally wasn't going to shave my beard, but because of that, I felt like I had to. I've lost beard privileges, and now I have incentive to do better next. So, yeah, keep an eye out for streams on Lorelai the Raven channel. She's so cool. That's worse than Pokemoning it. Yeah, yeah. It wasn't Pokemoning it because it's not like I was just spamming A. Like I knew to not spam A, but it's just in a sheer moment of panic, and because my computer was lagging, it just the inputs got all messed up, and yeah, it's worse. Yeah. I know. No, I was saying it out loud because I was trying to think to myself, like, is it worse? And now I'm confirming to myself, is like, yes. I know that's why you said it. Don't give me that sass. Don't give me that sass, even though I 100% deserve it for throwing. But yeah. With that being said, let's I'm gonna be doing a lot of yapping this stream. This is gonna be a big yap. This stream is a few things. It is a tier list, and it, oh wait, no. Before I get into that, let me do. Actually, no, I won't. I won't get into the specifics yet because I have a whole little. I will have a sip. Thank you, thank you. I will. I very much will. So before I get into the specifics of what we will be doing for this stream, let me get some stuff out of the way. So let me welcome in everyone. Welcome in Drev. Hello, hello. Hello, Jay. Congrats on getting first. Congrats to your Cavatelli, Drev. Let me see. You have to run, but you'll be lurking. Good luck with stream. Thank you, Jay. I know you're probably not here now because I know you're lurking, but if you do see this or for whatever reason you can hear me, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you, King. Let's see. Had some Gemelli, very nice. AJ, thank you for helping with the background music and congrats on getting fourth. Welcome in Asteria. Welcome in Fable. Welcome in. Oh yeah, Asteria. So, I'm very glad that I had time because freaking my the goat that is Shattershire, my wonderful DM and friend, is currently streaming right now and had the audacity to crime me on stream. And Shatter is really cool. And if you're not already following them, please, please, please go give them a follow. Let me do a quick shout out for Shatter because if you didn't know, Shatter is like so close to like literally an inch away from affiliate. They are so close to getting affiliate. It is not even funny, and they deserve it so well. And I'm so honestly. Oh, you are affiliate? Oh, never mind. Well, you should be there to You should be there to celebrate their affiliate. Get in their chat right now and celebrate their affiliate because they are amazing. And I just need also real quick. I just need to take a moment to say how like happy I am for all my friends who are hitting affiliate lately, because that's now the third person that's hit affiliate that I know because Red Velvet Cheesecake aka Deer recently hit affiliate, Asteria just hit affiliate, and Shatter just hit affiliate. 3 friends of mine all just hit affiliate. So I don't know, maybe we're gonna have to celebrate or something because that's 3 affiliates all back to back, and I'm so proud of you all and I'm so happy. Y'all are so cool. So yeah, we did that. Did I miss anyone? I said hi to Asteria. Asteria's going to sleep. Have a good sleep, Asteria. So cool, so cool. I saw. Oh yes, yes, yes. And do join Chatter's chat to see their model debut. It's so nice. It's so cool. It's so cool. Um, but yeah, I don't think I have anything else that I need to talk about that isn't related to the epic stuff. I don't think so. So maybe if as I'm doing it, something comes up, I can always bring it up, obviously. But I'd rather just get all that stuff out of the way before we begin. But yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me quickly fix something because this is a bit too quiet. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to go over. Let me. Let me switch over to this. Let me quickly set that up because I didn't really prepare perfectly. Okay, there we go. So let me switch over to the main layout. Let me make sure you guys can still hear the music, right? Because that's very important. Exclamation point bonk as requested. What the heck? Who bonked me? What? Oh, is that Shatter? Did Shatter tell you to bonk me, Drev? Damn. That's crazy. That's a hate crime, TBH. Anyway. But okay, so you can hear it. That's good. That's good. All right. So this is what we're dealing with here. So from what you can see, it's not going to be. I am the best guesser to ever guess. It's not going to be A tier, S tier, S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, and that. This tier list is less of a tier list. I guess it's not technically a tier list because I'm literally just ranking all the songs. I want to put the songs to the best of my ability in order from favorite to least favorite, which might be near impossible because going into this, I already know I have like at least 3 songs that are my favorite songs. So I might just have to pick a favorite. It low-key might end up coming to I pick a favorite song just for the sake of picking a favorite song, just because I need a favorite song for the end. But I know it's going to come down to probably at least 3. So, but I'm challenging myself. I'm trying to force myself and challenge myself to have a definitive favorite and least favorite song, which might come back to bite me in the ass, but here we are. And all things considered, I don't hate any of these songs. Let's get that out of the way right now. There's not a single song in Epic the Musical that I'm like, I don't want to ever listen to this song again. This was like an objectively bad. I don't think there's any objectively bad songs in Epic the Musical, in my opinion. There's simply just songs that are better than others. So that's very important to mention. But with that out of the way, let's get into the proper spiel. Let me get into the proper spiel. So, what are we planning? Today, like I mentioned, I am presenting to you my epic video essay and tier list to discuss literary techniques, character analysis, theories, and personal music preference. I am going to be accompanied by the you can't really see it right now, but this is going to be I'm going to be accompanied by the fan-made animated adaptation of the concept album for Epic the Musical, edited by Luke Godfrey on YouTube, with credits for all the animators found in the video's description. And if it wasn't already obvious, all song credits go to Jorge Rivera Herrens, and all the talented cast and crew at Winion Studios who produced and founded the musical. Disclaimer: I do not have professional experience in creative writing, playwriting, or music composition, nor have I read The Odyssey. My qualifications include a decade of background in nonprofit performing arts as a student, and I've also listened to and discussed the entire musical over a dozen times in preparation for this video essay. So all I ask is that any viewers who wish to share any alternative opinions to do so respectfully, and we're allowed to have fun. If we want to have some teasing going back and forth, if someone's like wants to tease me for an opinion that they think is wrong, just use your best judgment. That's all I ask. I trust my chat. I trust my community. Y'all are great. Just use your best judgment when it comes to teasing me for my opinion, and we're gonna try to limit, like, if it comes to a point where I say we need to move on from a topic or a song, I just hope you respect that as we move on. And then if we have time at the end, I can always dedicate time to going back to rediscussing some of the songs. But I definitely want to try to get through, because listen, the plan for this stream, we're probably going I originally wanted to do the whole musical in one go, but given some planning things, given the amount of time I had to prepare for this, it just made more sense that I did Act 1 tonight, and then I can either do, I'll probably end up doing Act 2 next Friday, but we'll see how things plan out. Am I missing anything? Does chat have any questions? If there's anything I wasn't clear about, because one more time, the plan is we're going to, I guess I'll say specifically what the plan is. The specific plan, how we're going to analyze each song. We're going to listen to and watch the song. So yeah, we'll watch the song. We'll then pause the musical. I'm going to go to my notes. I'm going to read and discuss the stuff that I have written down. And then after I've talked about my opinions, I will then go back and read anything that chat has to say about the song. And also feel free to leave it up for a couple minutes of discussion if chat disagrees with anything that I have to say. That's kind of how this is going to run. It'll be give or take about, like, including watching the song, each song should take maybe about 10 to 15 minutes. So yeah, we got a lot to do, but I think we can do it. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So, why? How dare you? How dare you, Shatter? What? Why would you do that? How could you do this? Jail. But welcome in, everyone. Oh my gosh. Perfect timing. We're just about to get started. Shatter, once again, congrats on your model debut and hitting affiliate. But welcome, Raiders. I hope you all had a great stream. For anyone who doesn't know, my name is Tony. I'm an art student and a Twitch streamer. I do variety games and live tier list rankings with many guest appearances from people in my community. And I am honored to be your host. If you need to raid and run, please do so. Otherwise, please have some pasta and enjoy the show. Welcome in, Shatter. I know. Nice to meet you, Drev. It's an honor. The pleasure's all mine. Pleasure's all mine. I shake your hand. I shake your hand. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm sorry I could only catch the end of your stream, but I saw your crime, and once again, I'm very grateful for your crime, Shatter. You are too good to me. You are very too good to me. Hello, Alexio. Welcome, welcome. Make sure you all grab your pasta while you're here if you haven't already. Yeah. Nice ravioli. Very nice. Very nice. But yeah, this is kind of perfect timing. So, I get it is. I had no idea. But since we got a raid, I will quickly do. I'm gonna speed run everything that I just said before for what we're doing, because I feel like there's some people who weren't here before who might not have heard it. So I'll go really quick one more time. Today I present to you my epic video essay and tier list to discuss literary techniques, character analysis, theories, and personal music preference. I am accompanied by the fan-made animated adaptation of the concept album for Epic the Musical, edited by Luke Godfrey on YouTube, with credits for all animators found in the video's description. All song credits go to Jorge Rivera Hernandez and all the talented cast and crew at Winion Studios who produced and founded the musical. Quick disclaimer. I do not have professional experience in creative writing, playwriting, or music composition, nor have I read The Odyssey. My qualifications include a decade of background in nonprofit performing arts as a student, and I have also listened to and discussed the entire musical over a dozen times in preparation for this video essay. I ask that any viewers who wish to share any alternative opinions do so respectfully, and if you are to do any form of light teasing, please just use your best judgment. Yeah, that's the tweet. Tony, you have something exciting. What's exciting? We will hear Shatter's exciting news, and then we will get stuff prepared. So while we do that, my credentials, I'm a nerd. You're not wrong. The TLDR, I am a nerd, and I'm not apologizing. All right, why is this not working? Pause you. And then switch over to that. There we go. You have money. You might be able to get Minecraft. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention. Oh my gosh, Shadow, you just reminded me. That's what I'm forgetting to talk about. The Minecraft server. We have big events planned for the Minecraft server. So for everyone who's been on the Minecraft server lately, thank you so much to everyone who's been joining. The Minecraft server has been doing great. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I almost forgot to talk about the Minecraft server. Oh, but Shadow, that's so exciting. Yeah, so quick update about the Minecraft server. We've had a few things going on. We finally had our first Boogeyman event. It helped us plan for future Boogeyman events. We kind of see what did and didn't work, and we're gonna make it better going forward. We got a few new members on. I plan to. It's not, unfortunately, I can't say who it is. It's up to the person who was the Boogeyman whether or not he or she wants to disclose that. I know it's not a big. I know I'm making it sound like it's a huge deal. Like I signed an NDA or something. I didn't. It's really not a big deal. It's just like a respect thing, because I don't know. It's a big part of the server is going to be who. An important part of the server is who you do and do not choose to form alliances with, and who you do and do not choose to trust. And I don't know. Maybe not telling people that you were not the Boogeyman could have its benefits in the future. But I will say, I can give a little bit of a sneak peek as to what the next event is. We now have names for the event, and the next event is going to be known as the Catch 'em All event. And that's it's not subtle as to what I'm referencing, even slightly, but I can assure you it's not entirely that. It's not entirely what I mean by that, but it's still going to be a lot of that. Sounds like Digimon. Never heard of her. Oh my god, a Fortnite event. You're right! You're so right. We added guns to the Minecraft server. The boogeyman's gonna be more powerful than ever. Tony, can you make an alliance with you? If you appease your god, then yes, you must build me. You must build a shrine in my honor, and build me a massive bowl of pasta, and then I will be a merciful god to you, Shatter. It would be an honor. So that's kind of the lore we're going on with the server right now. I'm I'm a little bit god, but I'm not. I can canonically beat God in a fight. I believe in you, Tony. I'm your god. I'm your DM. You but okay in D&D, you're my god. In Minecraft, I am your god. We take turns being gods. Listen, listen. On Saturday nights, and Saturday nights only, you are my god. Take turns. Okay, okay. It's like the talking stick that we have in like elementary school, but instead of the talking stick, it's the god stick. But speaking of gods, what do you guys say we get into it? What do you guys say I quit delaying the inevitable and we watch some Epic the Musical? What do you guys think? Or do I just end stream? Should I end stream? I think I might end stream. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I think I'm too scared. I don't want to do this anymore. I might go get a burger. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, let me check something real quick. Do it. Go get a burger. All right. I'll see you guys later. Aw. All right. I'll give it a second because we redeemed JFK clone. Aw. Aw. So did you redeem aw because you wanted me to say aw? Or did you want me to talk in the JFK voice? Because this was another thing that we got from the subathon. We got some voice impression redeems. It means I have to do this voice for a couple minutes. I didn't really prepare for what's gonna happen if I have to do it while I'm talking about Epic. Maybe what I'll do, because I was planning on singing along to the musical. So maybe I'll do it in the voice. Unless that gets annoying. And then I'll stop. It's mostly for the awe. But I'm happy with this outcome. Anything for you, bestie. Gonna take a drink of water. Even though no one asked for it. Delicious. Alright, I will stop for now, though. I don't remember how much time I said I was gonna put on that, on the voice impression, but for the sake of because I've already wasted enough time, I want to start. 5 minutes. AJ, would you forgive me if I said I'm not gonna do all 5 minutes right now because I want to start, and I'm already wasting a lot of my voice. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Pretty please. Oh, merciful mod. Thank you. Thank you. You're too good to me. You spoil me. You really do. You really do. Also, real quick, last thing before I start. Audio sounded good before. I know we're not going to be... Actually, I'm going to have to play and then pause to just check to make sure audio's good. But, like, mic should sound good. Audio before sounded good. I think we're all good. All right. No more delay. Without further delay, please enjoy. But now be the one to slay. Real quick, does it sound good? Does everything sound good? Your families wonder where you've been. They're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I say and you'll see them again. Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the guard. Menelaus will lead all mates through the gates and take the whole city at large. Teucer will shoot any ambush attack, and little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Kneel, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, sir, find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside, what do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus. I fight for us, I fight for us. Penelope, Telemachus, I'm on my way. Attack! Ah, what's that? A vision of what is to come cannot be outrun, can only be dealt with right here and now. Tell me how. I don't think you're ready. A mission to kill someone's son, a foe who won't run, unlike anyone you have faced before. I know that I'm ready. I don't think you're ready. It's just an infant. It's just a boy. What sort of imminent threat does he pose that I cannot avoid? The son of none other than Troy's very own Prince Hector. Know that he will grow from a boy to an avenger, one fueled with rage as you're consumed by age. If you don't end him now, you'll have no one left to save. You could say goodbye to Penelope. You could say goodbye to Penelope. I could raise him as my own, or send him far away from home. Make sure his past is never known. I'd rather bleed for ya, down on my knees for ya. Oh, this is the will of the gods. Okay, so there we go. That was Horse and the Infant, the first song of the musical and the first song of the Troy saga. Because for those of you who don't know, this entire album is broken up into mini, I don't know what you even call it, mini albums, which Jorge, the producer of the musical, referred to as the sagas. So this is the beginning of the Troy saga, and off the bat, it is a great cold open. I always appreciate stories that get right into the action. It's a great way to grab the listener's attention. Also, while we do this, I'll have music playing in the background because we're gonna be yapping for a little bit, and then when we go back, I'll turn off the music. So we'll go back and forth from turning the music on and off. Still a bit loud. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Um. So yeah. Great cold open, right into the action. It grabs the listener's attention. Personally, uh, having the first scene be the moment they invade Troy and the Trojan horse, that was very smart. I think it's good for people who don't know the Odyssey, which, in my opinion, is one of the things. Because a lot of the times when I try to pitch Epic the Musical to people and try to convince people like, hey, you should really take a look at this musical. It's really good. And then they're like, well, is it an official musical? And I'm like, well, technically no, it's still a concept album. And they're like, what's it about? And they're like, it's the Odyssey. And then they'll be like, oh, well, I've never read the Odyssey, so I probably wouldn't like it. I'm like, no, you're missing the point. And then eventually, after I yap their ear off long enough, they believe me. And I think that's also, I think something that helps that is the fact that the first song is about the what's it called, the Trojan horse, because in my opinion, so the Trojan horse has been referenced in a lot of unrelated media and other adaptations of Homer's literature, such as there's the movie Troy starring Brad Pitt, which I haven't personally seen it, but I know it's a fairly popular movie. Yeah, so therefore I've always seen the horse as the Odyssey's like strongest iconography, personally. Um, so yeah, that's something I like about this song. Also, if you know a bit of the behind the scenes stuff, you would know that this wasn't the first song. This wasn't the first draft for the first song of Epic. Originally, Jorge posted a draft of what the first song could have been, and it was originally going to be uh a song where Athena kind of just stands there and dumps exposition about the story and Odysseus and how he got to where he is. And I'm so happy they didn't do that, because oh my god, I will like I'd say 70% of the time I will prefer a story that show like I'm a big advocate for show don't tell. And so I 70% of the time I will prefer stories that do that. Not to say that not to say that telling doesn't have its places. Exposition does have its moments if used correctly, but man, exposition is a dangerous tool if overused. Uh Another thing too about the song, one of my favorite lines in it is the last one. Or yeah, no, it's the last one where Zeus says, "The blood on your hands is something you won't lose. All you can choose is whose." I think it's such an underappreciated line, and it's crazy to me. This is a bit of a spoiler if you haven't seen all of Epic yet. It's crazy that that line doesn't get its full payoff until the second to last song. And so you're going to see me bring this song back up when we get to that point. Um my only critique, weirdly enough, and it's very nitpicky, the part where they introduce Zeus with the eagle screech, I get why it's there. I know that in mythology, it's happened more than once where the eagle symbolizes Zeus, but I think it's just because it's such an overused audio bite, that eagle screech, and so I think it's a little bit corny, a little bit lame. I remember first time I heard it, I'm like, all right, sure, that's what we're doing here. But that's also me being nitpicky. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be a little bit exactly. What the fuck is a kilometer? And then insert eagle screech here. Exactly. Um. So yeah, even though I am being a bit nitpicky, if I'm going to ever get through this list, I'm going to have to like break these songs down and like be I'm going to have to be the most disappointed parent figure to these songs and just make these songs feel like they can never be good enough if I'm ever going to get through this tier list. So, unless anyone has, or if anyone has anything to say about the song, feel free to throw it in chat. Otherwise, we will just start, because let's be honest, I have nothing to base it off of yet. Right now, I'm just gonna throw Horse and the Infant in there, and now going forward, every song that I put in there is going to be either better than or worse than Horse and the Infant. Horse and the Infant is now like our reference point going forward. But yeah, we can always go back to it if needed. Oh, I just saw Alexiel's message. It's just a Joy-Con for the Switch 2. Listen. if even like yeah, this guy tier list, just a bit. All I have to say, honestly, is the original was the better one. Wait, all I have to say, honestly, is the original was the better one, faster pace. What do you mean the original one? Like the original? What do you mean by original? Like Horse and the Infant? Because I don't think the Horse and the Infant ever changed, unless I'm wrong, or maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I have a feeling I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, and that's completely my bad. Uh, but while you clarify, I'm gonna bring up what you mentioned about the Joy-Con because as like I think I like the memes. I think I really like the memes that have birthed from this community and these songs just as much as I like the songs itself. But okay, so Troy and Cyclops sagas were re-recorded due to copyright issues. Oh yeah, like there's the demo track. Are you referring to the original demo tracks? Because I don't think I've given them enough of a listen to yet to really have a say on whether or not I prefer the demo tracks over the current ones. But that's interesting that there is that much of a I didn't realize there was that much of a difference between the demo tracks and the current the current versions that we have. I'll definitely have to give that a listen. Thank you for letting me know. The original Horse and the Infant was a tiny bit better in my opinion. Don't mind. Got it. Got it. All right. So maybe that'll be worth listening to in the future. But that's enough on Horse and the Infant. Let us move on to Just a Man. That is not Just a Man. Where's Just a Man? There's Just a Man. All right, let's do it. There we go. That was weird. I look into your eyes and I think back to the sun of mine. You're as old as he was when I left for war. Close your eyes. Wife. I'm just a man. But when does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? When? Man, it gives me chills every time. It's so good. So yeah, just a man. Just a man, just a man, just a man. Let me get that going. So, okay, yeah, just a man. Technically speaking, Just a Man was my introduction to Epic the Musical because I remember back in 2023, I watched dozens of anime edits using the bridge of this song. I saw a bunch of edits using the part where he's saying comet to meteor, ripple to tidal wave. Um, and I remember when I was watching it, I never once questioned or considered it was part of this greater musical. Fast forward 2 years, my friends introduced me to Epic the musical properly, and I listened to it. I listened to all of it. I listened to all of it, give or take, like a month after the final saga was released. So I listened to it all in one go after the whole musical had come out, and basically, so despite being late to the fandom, one of the pros of that was I had the luxury of not having to worry about the hiatus in between sagas being released. I just got to watch it all in one go, which was really nice. Um, as for the song itself, it's a great proper introduction to our main character, Odysseus. It begins the Just a Man motif, which we see almost become ironic the more it shows up throughout the musical, because this is far from the last time we're gonna hear it, but I'm gonna put a pin in that and we will revisit that as it comes up more. But for now, the song really is him just trying to justify to himself why he should kill this infant. He's, tormented by it's the themes of being tormented by your humanity, and you're being conflicted because you're essentially playing God. And that is huge foreshadowing. This whole song is just foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing in how everything that's going to happen from this moment on is a big domino effect, and how one misstep, one innocent action could cost everything. But Odysseus isn't playing it off like that. Odysseus is playing it off as like, all I need to do, like, if this is the last thing I have to do to guarantee victory, then so be it. But as we can tell, given the fact that this is only the second song, there's gonna be a lot more that he has to do than just kill this infant. But he doesn't know that. So I'm sure, had he known then what he knows now, maybe he would have spared the infant. Who knows? What else? What else? What else? Yeah, also the whole point of when does a ripple become a tidal wave, that imagery of itself, Odysseus might as well have just broken the fourth wall, looked the listener in the eye and said, "Hey, you right there. This song is foreshadowing. Listen up." That's what that line reads to me, but it's done obviously more creative and artistically, and I think it's a great metaphor. Um yeah, and the song itself, it just does a perfect job of making the viewer want to care about Odysseus and his goals coming up. The one thing I found interesting is that apparently, given like some videos I've seen and conversations I've had with people about the musical, apparently a decent amount of people were unsure as to whether or not Odysseus actually did kill the infant at the end of the song on their first listen. Uh, Personally, my first listen through, I I knew that he killed. I made the assumption that he killed the infant. I didn't think I had any reason to think that he didn't kill the infant. And I also, when I watched it, when I listened to it the first time, I didn't watch animatics. I listened to it fully, just the song, and then once I was done listening, I went back and watched some of the animatics. Sorry, give me 1 second. But again, that was just one thing that I interpreted that I think I hit on the head. I know for a fact there was other things that come up later that it took me a few listen throughs to really register what was going on. So I just didn't think that was one of those moments, and it surprised me when I found that out. But regardless, I can see the confusion. So with that being said, Just a Man, I think I like Just a Man more than The Horse and the Infant, purely because I think, like, this song, I I'm more inclined to listen to it. Like, honestly, it's pretty close to The Horse and the Infant. It beats The Horse and the Infant, but not by much. It wouldn't surprise me if we make it to the end and Just a Man and Horse and the Infant stay like one or two songs next to each other. Uh but yeah, if anyone has anything to say about Just a Man, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, we will start getting into the next song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I also should mention, I'll probably, because again, I'm improvising this list. The only thing that's not really improvised are some of my analysis stuff, like when I'm giving notes, like all the stuff that I'm talking about, I have prepared going into it because I didn't trust my ability to be able to improvise a lot of it, so I'm going off of notes right now. But I do not have any frame of reference for actually ranking, so I'm doing this by the seat of my pants. So I may make some tweaks off stream, but we'll see what happens. But with that being said, what do you say we get on to the next song? So let me pause this. And without further ado, let's watch Full Speed Ahead. It's what lies in between. Ithaca's waiting. My kingdom is waiting. Waiting for me. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Captain Eurylicus. Guess the war on food starts depleting. No. Polities gear up. You and I'll go ahead. We should try to find a way no one ends up dead. Give me till sunrise, and if we don't return, then 600 men can make this whole place burn. Now full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. All right. So there is full speed ahead. Fun fact, Eurylochus was married to Odysseus' sister. That is one of the things I did know. I'm happy I know that, but I knew that, but I often forget it. And then when someone tells me, I'm like, I knew that. Why did I not consider that? I mean, I know they don't really reference it in Epic, but I remember like early on in the fandom, that was one of the first fun facts that I learned. But it's always nice to be reminded because I don't really use. Well, that's a lie. That's actually no. That's 100% lie because because they refer to each other as brother multiple times. So, yeah, that's why. Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. Never mind. Ignore me. Okay. So, full speed ahead. I'm going to start with a nitpick. And it's a nitpick, but it's also not a nitpick. And you'll see why very quickly. Um and it has to do with the transition of this song from Just a Man into Full Speed Ahead. And it just, to me, it's not a subtle transition at all. And I know that might be a very critical thing to say early on, and I can't. You're just gonna have to take my word for it when I say that the rest of the way that the musical is structured, there is, like, more often than not, some pretty good transitions in and out of songs. Like, the songs flow into each other pretty nicely. Except, of course, like, the only time there's a hard stop in between songs is when we're going from one saga to the next, and that's justified. And for me, the transition from Just a Man into Full Speed Ahead just was very jarring, not subtle, but but on, like, I suppose you could argue that this was done intentionally, and it was done intentionally to hint at how uh Odysseus's responsibilities as a leader means he can't waste time mourning and has to be able to regulate his emotions at any given moment, which right now, I know saying that it comes across as pretentious. It sounds like I'm it sounds like such a stretch. It sounds like I'm, like, leaping over hurdles to get to a conclusion, but I have more reasons to say that again will be coming up later, cuz if I am correct in that being the reason, if my theory is correct that the reason there is no transition between Just a Man and Full Speed Ahead being because it wants to emphasize Odysseus not having time to regulate his emotions, it will be paid off more in the future. That's the point I'm trying to make. What else did I say? Oh, it also might have done intentionally, considering Just a Man was very open about the relevance of this conflict with the rising action of the musical. And what I'm trying to say in summary is that it it could be for the best, and probably was for the best, that they chose not to address the conflict brought up in Just a Man right now, because what's it called? It builds suspense for a more effective payoff later. And like I mentioned in Just a Man, the foreshadowing was written all over it. You'd have to be like an infant to not understand the foreshadowing. Yeah. Anyway, what else did I say? What else did I say? What else did I say? But the song itself. Enough about. Let me talk about the song itself, and enough about how it plays off of Just a Man. The song itself, it has the perfect amount of exposition. It establishes the setting, character dynamics among each other, and it establishes what the stakes of the journey are and the main goal, to get home. That's the main goal. Um, it shows how Odysseus acts as a leader, and it shows that he's a merciful leader. It reinforces the theme of man or monster with the two new characters that we're introduced to. Those two being Polites and Eurylochus. And they, in this song, are the metaphorical angel and devil, like, sitting on Odysseus' shoulders. You know, you got Polites saying, like, hey, let's be safe. I see an island of people. Maybe they'll be inviting. And then you got Eurylochus saying, let's raid them all. Let's raid them all, steal all their food. We need food. We're hungry. And it's interesting because this is going to be, like, we've already had, like, in the first 3 songs, we've already had 2 emphasize the theme of man or monster. And we're gonna see in the next two songs. It's interesting because okay, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. But in the Troy Saga as a whole, every song in the Troy Saga adds depth to the theme of man or monster. But you'd think that would be a problem because you would think it's just beating the lesson to death like a dead horse. But it every time they talk about it, they approach it from a different perspective, which keeps it fresh. And we're gonna see that in the next song. But let me not get ahead of myself. A bit more about the song. It sets up the song in of itself is an equally important leitmotif of just the full speed ahead. This is not the last time we're going to see that because what the musical has established now is they've basically made it so now they don't have to do as much exposition in the future because now as the listener every time that you hear the leitmotif of full speed ahead you know that they are traveling. They don't need to waste time in the song being like, hey, we're traveling, because as soon as you hear that full speed ahead you know that they're on the move. Welcome, Peter. Welcome. Perfect timing. We're still on the first saga. We haven't gotten that far. We're only like 3 songs in. But how's it going? Real quick, I'm going to take a quick drink of water. Yeah. And last thing I'm going to say about this song in regards to Eurylochus, in my opinion, this song is the most justice that we get for Eurylochus as his own character. Until, in my opinion, he eventually becomes a plot device to represent the crew as a whole, which is another topic that I'm going to put a pin in to revisit for other songs. But I really like how Eurylochus and Polites play off each other, and it's a shame that we don't get more of that. But now I need to rank it. So we have Just a Man in first now, Horse and the Infant third. I don't know if I like Full Speed Ahead more or less than Horse and the Infant. I think I like it less. I think I like Horse and the Infant more than Full Speed Ahead. But again, still things could change. With that being said, if we're all good talking about Full Speed Ahead, we can move on to not that. We can move on to Open Arms. Oh, this life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face will be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms. Stay back. Stay back. My friend, greet the world with open arms. Food. Food. Nom nom. Here you go. open arms. Whatever we're faced, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms, my friend. I wish that I could say that I agree. But look at the way this fruit is glowing and filled with glowing seeds. It took me a while to notice just what kind of fruit they eat. It's a lotus, it controls your mind and never lets you free. That's what we get with open arms. Lotus eaters, I'd like to show my friend that kindness is brave. Could you tell me where there's other food to eat? A cave, scary cave. And where do we sail to find this food-filled cave? East, that way. Thank you. Oh, God. When you greet it with open arms, in your face there is so much guilt inside your heart. So why not replace it and light up the world? Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms. Oh, they're best friends, Your Honor. But yeah, uh, open arms. So, right off the bat, open arms gives me exactly what I was talking about in Full Speed Ahead. It starts giving me a little bit of that. It gives me those moments with Odysseus that I was talking about, where we need Odysseus to confront some of the conflict that he was feeling about the infant. And Polites, being the good friend that he is, he's like, listen, you can try to hide it all you want, but I see it all over your face. I know you're going through something. And yeah, I think that's perfect. It's also a great setup for next saga. Can't say why yet, but we'll get into that. But the song in of itself. So again, now that we know Odysseus's internal struggle of man versus monster, we see Polites expose the strengths and flaws that come with choosing choosing man over monster. More specifically, when someone has the desire to love and welcome everyone all the time, it leaves them vulnerable to enemies who will take advantage of the fact that you have lowered your guard. With that being said, Polites still does make a good argument. Despite that being one of Polites' flaws, under normal circumstances, he's not wrong for telling Odysseus that he deserves to relax now that the war is over. He has no reason to think that there'd be any stress. Plus, he's not the captain. So he has the luxury of being like, you can chill, because he's not the captain. He has that luxury. So I don't blame Polites even slightly for having that sort of judgment. Good job on the macaroni. I personally love the instrumental. The instrumentals are really good. The instrumentals are really good. It's nothing like the first three songs, who all had somewhat of similar vibes. It's a much needed palate cleanser when it comes to how upbeat it is. Were you actually eating macaroni right now, Peter? Wait, that's crazy. I know. Listen, I'm the prophet. I'm the prophet. I know. My pasta's magical. Yo, Axo! Hello! Oh my god, been a minute. How's it going? We're talking about Epic the Musical. I don't know if you've seen it or not. I'm a big fan of it. I'm a little bit obsessed. I've been playing this for a bit over a week now, and it was a goal that we hit in our subathon to do a video essay and ranking of all the songs in Epic the Musical. Should I watch? I'll do you one better. We are currently watching it right now. What we are doing for our video essay is we're going back and forth between each song. So we are now going on to the fifth song. So you have missed a little bit of the musical. So if you wanted to, you could possibly go back and look it up and quickly listen to the first four songs and then come back so you'll be caught up. But you would also be totally fine in just hanging out here and listening along because we're about to do the fifth song. But first, let me finish Open Arms real quick. Um, where was I? Oh yeah. In summary, I think Jorge did a great job with the tone of the song and how lighthearted and fun it is. But there's still just the right amount of foreshadowing and tension for listeners to assume what's going to happen next. It's the perfect balance. Also, I'm gonna mention this, which has to do with songs going forward. I've noticed that Jorge is very intentional with the structure and order in which he organizes the songs in each saga. And Open Arms is the first of many examples in which he balances out the violence and tragedy that Odysseus is that no, not that the Odyssey is known for with just the right amount of lightheartedness, which that's crucial for making it's crucial for making a listener emotionally invested in a tragedy because in order to make the listener feel hopeless, you need to give them a reason to have hope to begin with. You can't you got to have those ups and downs, otherwise it's just going to feel flat and over time it's going to feel mundane and it's like, yep, here we go. Someone's getting uh tormented again. Oh, classic Odyssey. Like there's got to be those ups and downs. And I think Jorge captured that perfectly. So, as to where I'm going to put it, okay, here's the thing. Objectively speak, you know what? I'm starting to think I like Horse and the Infant more than Just a Man. I might play around with that. I'm gonna put Just a Man there. I'm gonna do Horse and the Infant, Just a Man, Full Speed Ahead, and then I think Open Arms is gonna go in between. Let's go in between Just a Man and Full Speed Ahead for now. Just because like okay, objectively speaking, if I wasn't doing this tier list with personal bias in mind and I was trying to be like objectively what is the best song, I think Open Arms would be higher because I know it's a fan favorite and I know it offers a lot more to the story. Um but for me personally, it's not one I listen to typically, unfortunately. I usually, honestly, the whole Troy saga, I usually only listen to the Troy saga if I plan on listening to the entire musical. So that's why the Troy saga you might end up seeing be a little bit lower down on the list in the future. But yeah, with that out of the way, if no one else has anything left to say, let's move on to Warrior of the Mines. Let me pause this and let's give it a listen. Forgotten the lessons I taught you. Have you forgotten to turn off your heart? This is not you. Show yourself. Ha 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 ha. Athena, Yorina, unmatched with the queen of the best strategies we've seen. Make sure you damsels. Sounds like a plan. Goddess and man, best of friends. Okay. So good. It's so good. It's so good. Rosie, hello. Gonna be lurking friend playing some Rocket. I wish you the best of luck in your Rocket League endeavors. But thank you for the lurk. Very, very appreciative of that. Let's get to, also, 1 second. I need to turn on my fan because it just got very warm all of a sudden. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Fan is now on. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to restart this playlist soon. Well, not soon, but anyway. All right. This one I don't even need to delay. I'm gonna do the ranking first because I already know where I'm putting it. This is without a doubt my favorite song in the Troy Saga. It's just like sound wise, like any like. Let me disregard any of the literary stuff for a second. Let me disregard any of the deeper meaning behind this song. As a song to just listen to and enjoy and sing along to, this song is what does it the most for me. Like I just I just enjoy the song the most as a completely biased personal level. But to talk about it objectively for a second, uh everything all right. I don't have any idea what's going on, so I'm gonna have to go watch or catch you. That is all good. I appreciate you being here regardless. You have a great night, Axo. Feel free to hop in and out whenever you please. You are always welcome here. So yeah, Warrior of the Mind. Everything I loved about Open Arms and how it demonstrated the man in Man vs. Monster, this song does equally well to what it would mean for Odie to be a quote unquote monster, but also not the traditional sense of what it might mean to be a monster, because Athena isn't a monster, but it is shown that she does believe in fighting for the greater good rather than fighting for the individual. Um, which you could argue is definitely some inhumane behavior, which it makes sense that Athena's behaving inhumanely because she's not human. She's a god. It makes sense. But overall, Athena does have a very the ends justify the means mentality. And also, Athena being a god above men, it demonstrates what Odysseus could be if he separates himself from humanity and prioritize only his jobs as a warrior, a king, and a captain. Um, yeah. Also, I had it pointed out to me to actually to talk a bit more about what I like specifically about the music. I had it pointed out to me that in the beginning of the song, when Athena is singing, he is a warrior of the mind, she sings that mind on just one note. And she continues to do that every time she sings mind up until the second to last time that she does it. Because in the second to last time that she does it, she sings it with Odysseus, and Odysseus doesn't sing it on one note. Odysseus sings it warrior of the mind. He does a little riff like that, and Athena copies that riff. So if we're gonna go real analysis mode here, um, that small change subtly demonstrates how Athena is willing to be at least a little bit flexible and trust Odysseus. So there is a little bit of despite Athena not really reciprocating Odysseus's quote unquote friendship the same way that he's expecting it from her, it's still, she's not heartless. She might be a god, she might be a little inhumane, but she's not heartless, and we'll see that more as we see more of her. So we'll put a pin in that, as we've had to do for a lot of these songs in this first saga. All you need to know is that Tony's such a cool dude who's tier and cool musical. Shatter, what the heck? What the heck? I can't believe you. I can't believe you done this. Let me check something real quick. Okay, cool. All right. So that is going to wrap up the Troy saga. We can now move on to the Cyclops saga, provided if anyone has anything left to say about either Warrior of the Mind or the Cyclops saga, I think we're good to go. All right. So with that being said, let's get into song number 6, Polyphemus. You killed my sheep. My favorite sheep. What gives you the right to deal a pain so deep? Don't you know that pain you sow is pain you reap? Okay. We'll stop there. That's polyphemus. Polyphemus. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Imagine if we had Epic during the Dream SMP era. I see the timeline, and you would be far from the first person to suggest that like timeline. On one hand, I know past me would have loved it. On the other hand, I'm so grateful that it's not the case because okay, listen. All things considered, my favorite thing about liking the Dream SMP back in the day was the animatics. I couldn't give a shit about the actual people that were in it, except for maybe like 2 or 3 people, specifically Technoblade. But the thing I liked most about that community was the animatics. I couldn't give a shit about the actual people involved. Um, but but in hindsight, it may have been for the best because now I can't look at because of the Dream SMP. I can't look at Hamilton the same way ever again. Pomni on episode 1. I don't know what you mean by that. Please explain. Lore! Hello, congrats on the penne. Perfect timing. We're still very early in. So far we've only done the Troy saga, and we just started. Oh, my name is Nobody. That's right. That's right. Lips. Um, but yeah. You've been lurking, Legas. Oh my gosh, that's right. The shout out thing is working. I need to fix that. I don't have a message set up, but at least it gives shout out. Okay, so I'm glad that worked. Yes, yes, follow Lore. Please follow Lore. I've been playing Cuphead on with her for the past couple weeks, and she's really cool. But yeah, so Polyphemus. Polyphemus. I want to start by saying this song, in my opinion, easily has the most tension of. I see what you did there. You think you're funny. You think you're funny or something. Funny guy. We got a funny guy here. But yeah, in my opinion, it is the song that has the most tension out of any song in Act 1. Like, there's songs that are intense and also have tension. This song isn't necessarily intense. It is just, you could cut the air with a knife. Like, the silence is it's so well done. It's so well done how he utilizes silence, which sounds like such a weird thing to say, but it's true. Because we don't see that used in, I don't think, any other song. Polyphemus as a character, much more of a plot device. He's meant to represent what a character could be like who never knew that mercy was an option, really speaking. But I don't think the song is meant to focus on Polyphemus as a character. It's meant to focus on what Polyphemus brings out of Odysseus. And the thing that it brings out is that Odysseus loves to play games. He loves to bargain. He loves to play games. And for better or for better or for worse, really. He loves to do it. And we see that as a good thing because we attribute that to him being like a warrior of the mind. You know, he plays all these mind games, which it has its place. Being a warrior of the mind isn't inherently a bad thing, but there's a time and place for being a warrior of the mind. And unfortunately, because Odysseus did not have enough time to prepare for this situation, it is now biting him in the ass that we see now Polyphemus did not reciprocate. You look so cute today. I want to... Don't look at me! Thank you, Laura. You're so cool. No, you're all good, Laura. You're so cool. Laura's the best. Laura's so cool. Shucks. Shucks. You're too good to me. What the heck? What the heck? Okay, let me see. What else do I have here? Yeah, it pretty much what I said. It shows how Odysseus prefers, will almost always prefer to handle situations on his own first. He always prefers to handle situations on his own, and then when that inevitably fails, once he feels like he's like, all right, we got nothing else to do, he'll only rely on his crew as a last resort, which, objectively speaking, it's almost always going to be riskier to try to handle god-level threats on your own versus either handling it head on. Like, if you're gonna handle it on your own, at least take it head on. You know? That, I don't know. But it's just, I don't know. When you're responsible for that many lives, taking risks like that is a luxury you really can't afford all that often. Once in a while, as like a desperate last call, if you really know what you're doing, sure. But it is definitely a little risky. That's my favorite pasta right there. Where? Oh, you mean me? What the heck? Laura, look at fidget spinner pen, because I don't know how to take compliments. I don't know compliments, so I'm just gonna show you my fidget spinner pen. Look at that. Look at that shit. Anyway, Tony, you need an anti-shrink. Yeah, I really am slouching, aren't I? I really am. Hold on. Is this better? I really am slouching. It also doesn't help the way that my camera is set up, that it's like really above me. Like, it's like my monitor's already high up as is, and that, like, this is where my camera's at. It is like angled downward, but like at least a good like 2 inches above my head. So that also probably doesn't help to make me look like I'm straight shrimping it. I need a new camera. That's what I really need. But yeah. But yeah. That's my thoughts on Polyphemus. Let's go to the tier list now. But again, despite... Another thing I want to comment about Polyphemus. No, it's not the catchiest song. No, it's not...
Let's go!
Vault!
Let's go, baby!
11 months? That's like almost 12 months. Holy shit. Thank you, King. How's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I love you, Fable. What the heck? I know the way. That's me. I'm him. Me when. I like that's a few memes in one. I like that it's your brand, Uganda Knuckles, and also kind of Popcat. You killed so many birds with one stone. Whoa. It's big. But Uganda Knuckles aside, Polyphemus, it is far from being like a catchy song. It's not a catchy song, but I get so... Weirdly enough, it's a very immersive song. Like, I see myself... When I listen to Polyphemus, I kind of just get a bit lost in the sauce. Because it's just a very... I don't know. It's just really good. I don't know how to describe it other than that. I should have prepared a bit more on. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you gotta hear it. Oh my god. All right. Okay, did you want me to say anything in specific? Oh my god. Or did you want me to just talk in this voice while I rank and talk about the Cyclops? I'll talk about the Cyclops and I'll figure out what to rank it. But I don't know. I just don't know, Jay. Jay, I need a hot dog real bad. That's the only way I'll be able to know how to rank it. Jay, they killed my favorite sheep. I really, I really don't know. And now I can't even think about where I want to put it because I'm so focused. I'm so focused on the voice. But this is the price I pay. Would you guys hate me if I said I wanted to put Open Arms under Polyphemus? It feels wrong. It feels so wrong to say that Open Arms should go under Polyphemus because I just. Open Arms is such a fan favorite. It just, for whatever reason, it just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. I just don't know. I'd say, for me, I'd say Polyphemus and Open Arms. They're about tied. They're about tied for me. So for right now, I'm just gonna play it right under Open Arms. But please don't be surprised if I put it above Open Arms later on, cause we might change it. We might. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. That's it. That's it. I'm not going. We're leaving. Jennifer Coolidge is staying with Polyphemus. Hear me out. It's your tier list. AJ, public perception scares me. Public perception scares me a lot. And it's scary because these are still the tame takes. I am petrified for when we get to Act 2. Especially now that Lore's here. I'm kidding. I love you, Lore. But yeah, for now, I'd say that Open Arms and Polyphemus are about the same. They're kind of interchangeable. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yeah, that being said, if anyone, unless anyone has anything that they'd like to say about not Survive, about Polyphemus, I believe we are ready to move on to Survive. Going once, going twice. Any hot takes? Any Polyphemus haters out there? Also, if need be, I'll probably dedicate some time at the end for people to just give their strongest takes about literally any song that we've gone to. You hate him? Hate him like as a character, or hate him as in you don't like what he offers to the story, or both? Because I see the timeline where it's just like you don't care. Like I can see the argument where someone's like, I just don't care for what he brings to the plot. I see that. Yeah. Let me really, while I let you guys, I like him for setting up my favorite bit, but other than that, yeah, he is a mini boss, and the fact that he's a mini boss is what's gonna make this next song even crazier. So, Lore, thank you for that segue. Let's watch. Let's watch Survive. My brothers, the rest of the fleet, they're wait at the beach, and if they're defeated, they're good as dead. Straight ahead, that is who we're fighting. Polyphemus. Support, so draw out your swords. Our Thor must be thwarted right here and now. Tell me how great is your will to survive? 600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take. And when we kill him, then our journey's over. No dying on me now. Defeat is not allowed. We must live through this day, so fight, fight, fight. Surround him! Attack from behind, keep distance in mind, and stay in his blind spot and strike the heels. Strike his heels! Show him that we're dead. Ah, ooh. Exhaust him. He's strong, but he's slow. He can't land a blow if we're out of reach. Find a breach, stand up and fight for your lives. 600 lives at stake. It's just one life to take. And when we kill him, then our journey's over. No dying on us now. Defeat is not allowed. We must live through this day, so fight, fight, fight. Bow, 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 bow. Ooh, okay. Before I get into what I was planning on talking about for Survive, real quick, I gotta say, okay, for this video essay and for this ranking, I'm I'm avoiding talking about the animatics that we're watching. The animatics are purely there just for entertainment purposes. Obviously, I'm love all these animatics so much, but it had been I knew Zemena Natzel, one of the many animators in here had like uh, okay, let me preface this by saying I I'm gonna say that Zemena might possibly be one of my, if not my favorite animator in the Epic the Musical fandom. But it had been a while since I had seen Zemena's animatic for Survive. And so when I saw Polites's fucking ragdoll body flop at Odysseus's feet like that, it genuinely caught me off guard. Like I don't know if you saw my face, but I like that got me. I haven't like I I've listened to Epic so many times that I'm pretty much numb to most of those sad. Like obviously it's still sad, but like I've seen it so many times, I know what's going to happen. I'm numb to those moments. But oh my god, watching that animatic, it genuinely felt like I was listening to Epic for the first time. I had not felt that way about Polites' death in a minute. Jesus. But enough about the animatic. Uh the song itself. Uh First thing. It expands upon the pros and cons of being a warrior of the mind. It emphasizes the high risk that comes with it. This is now consequences of his actions, all deserved. Uh, well, technically, it's not deserved. We find out later it's deserved in like a cosmic sense, because spoiler for the upcoming song, he poisoned the wine. He put Lotus in the wine. Um, so there's that. It's interesting how Odysseus will only ever resort to violence after his opponent throws the first hit. Like, Odysseus is like, listen, I can justify my violence if I can label the attack as self-defense. So it's like, I will wait for my opponent to throw the first punch, so that way I don't have to have any guilt on my conscience about, like, beating them up or possibly killing them. Uh or what he'll do, and like, in a way, like, I feel like there's times where he will antagonize the enemy deliberately just so they'll throw the first punch. The problem, obviously, with waiting for him to throw the first punch is sometimes that first punch is a bit more than you bargained for, and at that point, like, you're literally saying, like, I'll give you the first hit. And when you're fighting monsters and gods, sometimes one hit is all it takes. Uh Getting into, but to talk more about Polites, Polites dying is the second domino in the lesson of ruthlessness. I'm gonna put a pin in that for now. The pin, ruthlessness, we all know where that's going. Gonna put a little pin in that for now. Where was I going with that? I think that's all I had for that. I'm a little bit all over the place with my thoughts on this song, but to get back to Polites, uh, him as a character, obviously not an uncommon trope. The sunshine character, and on top of that, it's not an uncommon trope for the sunshine characters in stories to face some of the most horrible tragedy, like tragic events in their story. And Horai utilized this very well. Um he utilized this in a way that had the most direct payoff from Open Arms. You know, because let's be honest, the tragedy faced in Survive would not have nearly as much weight to it had there not been those prior themes of hope, like I mentioned before. And that's not to mention how bold the story is for killing, like, to our knowledge, if this is our first time, if we don't know anything about the Odyssey and this is our first time listening to Epic, we're under the impression that Odysseus, Eurylochus, and Polites are like the core three. These are our main characters, these are our main cast, this is who we're gonna see. That's what the first saga kind of establishes. um and then for us to see one of them die, it's bold. It's bold in the best way possible. So, in my opinion, Survive is the first song that truly teaches the listener what kind of roller coaster of emotions that this musical is going to offer. And I think it's done very well. Now, as to where we're ranking it, while I'm figuring out where I want to put it, feel free to give your thoughts on Survive if you guys have any. Welcome in, Celador. Welcome, welcome. Uh, hmm. I know I just hyped up Survive a lot, but I don't know. I don't know. And again, it's not like I think Survive is going to be the first song where I have to use the argument of it's not that I don't like it. I just can't see myself saying I don't possibly see myself saying that I like Survive more than any of these other songs. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got to put it there. Which I don't think anyone's going to lose. I don't think anyone's going to lose sleep over me pulling Survive temporarily in last. It's not a great song, but exactly. From a narrative standpoint, it's great, and I will say that feel like for most of Cyclops Saga, narratively speaking, very immersive, very well done. But by far not Cyclops Saga is not the kind of saga you're going to be bumping in the car on your road trip. We're going to get those kind of this we're going to get those kind of songs later on, which I know that's a very surface level thing to be like, "Oh, well, I don't like this song because I can't jam out to it." I know there's much more to the song than its jammability, and honestly, if Jorge I would never I don't know. I wouldn't change a thing about Survive. I think Survive did exactly what it was supposed to do, but in doing so, it had to sacrifice some of that, like, popularity. But again, I wouldn't change a thing. That's my thoughts on Survive. But yeah, if that's all we have for Survive, we can move on to Remember Them. Captain! Just kill him! Block in the path. Kill him, we'll be stuck inside. Captain, where do we attack him? We gotta stab him in the eye. Remember them when the fire begins to fade. For the fallen and afraid, we are not to let them die in vain. Remember them, we're the ones who carry on the flames of those who've gone, and our comrades will not die in vain. Now. Who hurt you? I forgot those Legos. Hurt you. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? It was nobody. Nobody. If nobody hurts you, be silent. Don't go. Grab the sheep and away we go. Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you? He's still a threat until he's dead. Finish it. No. No. I led with peace while you fed your inner beast. But my comrades will not die in vain. Remember them. The next time that you dare, choose not to spare. Remember them. Remember us. Remember me. I'm the reigning king of Ithaca. I am neither man nor mythical. I am your darkest moment. I am the infamous Odysseus. Man. Chat, Cyclops Saga might be better than I remember. Cyclops Saga might genuinely be better than I remember. Cause like, alright, first off, remember them. Without a doubt, this is the most apparent example of Odysseus's hubris so far. His biggest flaw is his god complex and his hubris. Another flaw that we see in Odie, that I kind of mentioned in Polyphemus and Survive. It's a little bit emphasized here, but more so in the other songs. He doesn't have a great ability to improvise. His improv skills are not the best. He succeeds the most when he's given time to plan. Because so far, any time he's had to come up with a plan on the spot, his first plan fails. His plan only works on the second try. AJ, I'm calling him Odie because that's what I have him abbreviated as in my notes, because I got tired of typing Odysseus 100 times, and after a time, I get tired of saying Odysseus. Don't do this to me right now. Don't do this to me. Don't do it. But. What else do we say? What else do we say? Oh, but some of the good things about the song, there's so much payoff. There's so much payoff in this song. There was 3 things. I can't remember all 3, but the 2 payoffs that I do remember is we obviously get the lotus and the wine, which is a huge payoff, and we get the payoff of nobody, where him claiming to be nobody saved him from having to fight a horde of Cyclops. But I have a theory. I have a theory about Odysseus originally claiming to be nobody. I think the reason Odysseus says he's nobody at first is not necessarily for any strategic reasoning of trying to prevent the Cyclops from ever finding him again. Because let's be honest, at the end of the song, he gives, his name, address, and social security number to the Cyclops. If he was genuinely scared of this Cyclops ever finding him, he would never dream of what's it called? Of telling the Cyclops his name. So I don't think the reason that he told the Cyclops his name was nobody was because he was scared of the Cyclops finding him. No. I think he said his name was nobody as for a metaphor. I think it was a metaphorical thing. I think he said it because he is not proud of the plan that he came up with. He knows that the plan that he came up with, despite okay, when the Cyclops says, "Stranger, what's your name?" He says, "My name is nobody." In that moment, he is like, "Holy shit, I think my plan actually worked." But despite him believing that his plan worked, I still am confident that he's still not proud of that plan. I think deep down he knows that he took a huge risk and that plan shouldn't have worked. That's my theory. That could be just theory. That could be a huge stretch. It could very well just be he had a big IQ play of being like, I'm going to say my name is nobody so that way you can't find me. But then after he kills Polites, is like, screw you. I'm throwing all that out the window. That could also very well be the reason. I might be reading into it too much. Uh, but character analysis aside, like I said, the payoff is great. Yeah, good song. Good song, good song, good song. I think I think I like it more. I like it more than Survive. I like it more than Survive because there are a few parts musically that I think are really catchy versus in Survive. I like the part where he's like, I need all our hands on this club. This is how we're getting out of here. I think that part's hype. Um I think the Who Hurt You just musically sounds nicer. I just think there's more parts in Remember Them that sounds nice when compared to Survive. If that makes sense. That's just my but that's just personal preference. There's no way I can really explain that any further. But if that's all we have for Remember Them, we can move on to the last song of the Cyclops saga, which is My Goodbye. Let's do it. And then after this, we might take a break. Hear what I'm saying? One day you might understand one day, but not today, for after all, you're just a man. Consider this as my goodbye. This is my goodbye. Consider this as my goodbye. This is my goodbye. It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. He just wanted a friend. It's so sad. But yeah, okay. My goodbye. One thing I'm going to mention right now before I forget that I forgot to put in my notes. I forgot that this is the first song to bring back the Just a Man motif, and I can't believe I missed that. I can't believe I missed that in my notes. That's huge. That's huge that this is the first song to bring back the Just a Man motif, and it is far from the last. I think that is great. I think that is phenomenal. Uh, with that being said, if Odysseus didn't already have a god complex, this song just put the hit the nail on the head, and now he 100% does. Because he spat in Athena's face, essentially. Athena is trying to warn Odysseus that his actions have consequences, and Odysseus takes that personally, feeling like Athena, doesn't appreciate all the time he spent working for her. And yes, Athena might be a little bit of a nag. I see where he's coming from. So, Odysseus isn't entirely wrong because Athena does also conceal any. There's no doubt that Athena does love Odysseus in a teacher-student relationship, just purely just because of how much time they've spent together and how much she's seen him grow. And I'm almost certain that she didn't actually want to leave. Like I don't think she was expecting Odysseus to call her bluff. She didn't want to leave, but because Odysseus was like, "Fine, leave. I don't need you." She's like, "Well, shit, now I have to leave. I can't let you I can't have you here making me look like I'm beneath you. Like you control the cards." Um Also, another assumption that I have, I think this like I mentioned before, the domino effect of Polites dying, I think that set Odysseus off. I want to give Odysseus the benefit of the doubt and said that he might not have acted so irrationally towards Athena had Polites died. And I think it's important to not look past that in a way. Like, Polites dying is so much more important than it leads on, and you're gonna. I got a lot of theories about Polites' death. Not so much concerning the death itself, but as to what could have and would have been prevented had Polites not died. But we'll get into that later on. Um, but with that being said, despite Athena being a bit insensitive, Odysseus is just as much in the wrong, given all the flaws I mentioned about him in Remember Them. But it's really just the fact that Athena lets Odysseus disrespect her without any consequences in that moment. And if Odysseus didn't already have a god complex, he does now. But literary analysis aside, the song itself is great. The song itself is great, and I think it's gonna go right under Warrior of the Mind. I think Warrior of the Mind still takes our #1 spot for now. Warrior of the Mind is very good. Very good, very good. But that's where we're going to leave it for now. We're going to take a short, 15-minute break. I might make myself, some tea, do something for my voice, have a little snack. I'll put a little timer on so you guys know when I'll be back so you don't have to go anywhere. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I will see you all in a little bit. And when we get back, we will continue by beginning the Ocean Saga. We're back. I made my tea. I got another bottle of water. Even though we are back, I am just going to take a minute to sip my tea, and that's fine because now I can sip my tea while we listen to the next song, which is Storm, and we are beginning. Uh, we're beginning the Ocean Saga. So let's do it. Wait, no, wrong way. What? All right, there we go. That is that is Storm. And I think what I'm gonna do for this going forward, I did see that you sent the TikTok, and I'm pretty sure I've seen it too. Uh, yeah, I that's a trend that's going on now where they're both, um, but they're doing that with Storm where they have 100 people sing it, and there was also a trend going around where people were editing Horse and the Infant, but with lots of emphasis on all the character screams. So I might have to send you that one, AJ. But I love the memes. I love the memes so much. But what I'm gonna do, at least for now, probably for Ocean and Cersei Saga, and then maybe also Underworld. I'm gonna rank them before I start giving my spiel, so that way I can give chat some time to be like, I agree or I disagree, whatever chat wants to do. Let me see, let me see, let me see. Storm. Storm is gonna go. Where do I want Storm? Definitely under full speed ahead. Uh, do I like it more or less than remember? I think I like it more than remember them. I think it goes right under full speed ahead because yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. So the most important takeaway from this song is the fact that Odysseus is acting as if nothing bad could possibly happen, and he's doing this while still not being home. The same way I didn't entirely blame Polites for having that sort of foolish optimism, I don't entirely blame Odysseus. I mean, he was literally able to see his home on the coast. He is incredibly close, but he will be punished for jinxing himself and his crew. We also get a little taste of what Eurylochus is like now that Polites is gone, which in my opinion is a big disservice to his character, considering the two of them foiled each other and highlighted each other's pros and cons. And now one thing that I'm gonna go off on a bit of a tangent, and it's gonna be difficult for me to get to the point, so bear with me. Something worth mentioning about this song. It's often considered one of a few transition or filler songs within Epic the Musical, which are best described as songs that listeners think offer very little progression in the plot and are much heavier on exposition. Personally, I'm very glad that we have a handful of songs that slow down the pacing of the musical a bit. Um, which is even more effective here as we come out of the saga with no light-hearted moments or break. Like in Cyclops Saga, there was no light-hearted moments. There was no breaks in the story for any sort of exposition. It was just fight, 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 lore, 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 plot, plot, plot. Like there was no break, which it wasn't a long saga, so it's fair. But I think that's even more so why Storm was the perfect way to start the Ocean Saga. The other biggest strength I think these kinds of songs have, these sort of filler filler and transition songs, they're often kind of fun. Which I know that comes across as like a very childish take, but after listening through Epic a couple of times, I smile. I mean, I smile every time they repeatedly chant storm. Like I didn't chant along now because my throat's hurting a bit, but I promise you under normal circumstances, you will hear me chanting storm along with them. It's just a fun song. However, objectively speaking, the tone of this song is not meant to be fun. It's meant to convey danger and build tension. But also, with that being said, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that the song doesn't convey that symbolically because the lyrics are explicitly telling us, hey, we're in danger. And it's not that the tone doesn't convey danger. Like the instrumentals and the leitmotifs are all build tension, but I don't know, just the way it really just does come down to them doing the storm. And also the time signature is a bit weird, which might also make the song feel a little bit silly. That's just a hunch though. That might be I shouldn't say it. That's not entirely true. But the point I'm trying to make is at the end of the day, despite understanding and appreciating what this song does for the musical as a whole when it comes to pacing and giving us a breath of fresh air and being a bit of a fun song, I think like 70% of the time, I think I mentioned this before too, I will still prefer when stories show the danger rather than telling it. I understand why they couldn't do that here because as of right now, the ocean in and of itself is not a sentient threat versus a threat like Zeus in Horse and the Infant when Odysseus had someone directly talk to, or a threat like Polyphemus who can actually interact and you can you can demonstrate the danger of the situation via the character dialogue. It's hard to do that when the threat can't talk, which is why Odysseus and Eurylochus have to be the ones to say like, "Whoa, these waves are scary." So I get I get what they did with the cards that they were dealt. They did what they had to do. I don't know how I would have done the song any different, but that still doesn't make it any higher on my list, you know? So that's where I am with Storm. Next up, we have Luck Runs Out. Have faith, friend. We come this far. How? How? Longer till the show goes out. How? Longer till we all fall down. You rely on wit, and then we die on it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's Luck Runs Out. Yeah, AJ, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Very similar to Just a Man. This song, like, just beats you over the head with foreshadowing and setup. Like, it's not even slightly subtle, and I'm so okay with that. I'm so okay with that. But yeah, so let's let's talk about Eurylochus. And I don't think Laura's in chat right now, so we're safe to talk about Eurylochus or Zach. So we're safe to talk about Eurylochus. Now, I know some people, I know there's a few people who do sympathize with Eurylochus. However, I know a lot more people who don't. For now, I will not be sharing which side of the debate I am on. There will be more songs to come that I feel like will give me the support that I need to make my final decision. But if I were to try to defend my take on that debate with only using Keep Your Friends Close and none of the future songs to come, it won't. I don't have enough to work with yet. But this is where it starts. This is where it all starts. And for the song itself, the crew's concerns are obvious. They don't like always being a last resort. Whenever Odysseus is unable to solve a problem by himself. It's the crew calling out like Odysseus's plans failing from the Cyclops. And it's not that they don't trust it's not that they necessarily don't trust him. It's just like I don't blame the crew for like not wanting, cuz Odysseus doesn't like the crew might not trust Odysseus, but Odysseus clearly doesn't trust his crew because he just takes everything onto his own hands, which that's not the job of a leader. A leader isn't supposed to, do everything for the crew. A leader's supposed to lead the team, but not do everything. Like it, you know? So, I don't know. Like I don't blame the crew for being upset when Odysseus is like, "Hey, follow me blindly and I'll get us home." And he's like, "Give me your unconditional trust and don't ask any questions about it," especially considering that mentality just got a handful of their men killed. Like if those men hadn't gotten killed, I'd say sure. But I don't think it's completely, and like I'm not saying Odysseus lost all I'm not saying because those men died, Odysseus lost all credibility as a captain. But I am saying it's not unfair for the crew to now have doubts. I don't think their doubts are completely unjustified. And I think also because they're so close to home, Odysseus is now also feeling like he can get away with a lot more. And I feel like Odysseus feels like he can get away with kind of being rude to Eurylochus and being rude to the crew. And in a way, Odysseus is kind of paralleling Athena. Odysseus is kind of doing exactly what Athena did and exactly what he hated Athena doing, being condescending and being like, "Follow me blindly and I will guide you to victory." And anytime he kind of like steered off in his own direction, it like but again, this song is not nearly enough to support a lot of the theories that I just mentioned, but it would be near impossible to listen to this song without bringing it up. Oh, and I sorry. sorry. Um, Last thing worth mentioning, I almost forgot what I mentioned about Eurylochus before. What I mentioned about Eurylochus um in Full Speed Ahead, and what I mentioned for him. I will. Thank you. Jesus, I hold on one second. All right, we're good. Um, where was I? Oh, yeah. Basically, let me not like let me get to the point. I want to talk about musical motifs to confirm what I said about Eurylochus in earlier songs and how I said that as the musical goes on, Eurylochus loses his own identity and sort of just becomes a symbol for the crew as a whole. And that's also part of the reason why I have empathy towards Eurylochus because often the way Jorge wrote Epic the Musical, he uses Eurylochus to represent all the flaws in the crew. And we'll see that more in future songs. But the reason I'm saying that specifically in this song is because this song is the first time we like. I don't think it's the first time we see it, but it's the most prominent example of Eurylochus's motif. Because if you don't know, every single character in Epic the Musical, or pretty much every single like predominant character in Epic the Musical has some sort of musical instrument as their musical motif. If you listen, Odysseus's musical instrument is both an acoustic and electric guitar. Polites' instrument is a marimba. Athena's instrument is a piano. So those are just some of them. But what you're gonna see about Eurylochus doesn't have an instrument. And that's because his musical instrument is the chorus of the crew. So anytime you hear, like almost every time Eurylochus sings, he's supported by the backing vocals of the crew, which is, again, it's Eurylochus doesn't have his own identity. He doesn't have his own musical motif. The crew is his motif, for better or for worse. But yeah, with that rant out of the way, and honestly, I feel like to this day, listen, I don't think there will ever be a day where I can properly. Oh my god, I didn't even rank it. I went on my rant for so long, I never even ranked Luck Runs Out. It's yeah, right there. I like Luck Runs Out. Yeah, I one day someday I'll be able to properly defend Eurylochus the way I want to, but no matter how hard I try, I simply can't find the words. And because I've listened to people say their concerns with Eurylochus, and I don't think they're not valid. Let me stop. Let me stop. I genuinely don't think there's anything more I could say about Eurylochus without using a different song. I think I'm just gonna have to wait for the songs to come. Let me quit while I'm ahead. Anyway, next song, Keep Your Friends Close. Great wind god Aeolus. I don't know if you know this, but our path to home is blocked by an impenetrable storm. I ask for your assistance so we at last can go the distance. Can you cast the perfect winds for us and aid our journey home? Haha. Winds of the storm all trapped. All you gotta do is not open this bag. Too easy, what's the catch? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. Sometimes killing is a must. It always justifies the means in rivalries. What? Bye bye. Let's see what you got. Everybody listen closely. Yeah, this bag is closed, that's how it's supposed to be. This bag has a storm inside, we cannot let the treasure rumor fly. For 9 days I've stayed wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm or tidal wave. I remain unopposed, the bag is still closed, and I'm getting closer to you. Do you know who I am? Do we? Do we? How would we know? How would we know? How would we know? We simply don't. We'll never know. We'll never know who them is. So sad. God though, Aeolus is such a cutie patootie. I love Aeolus so much. AJ, I feel like if you're not, I feel like you're a big Aeolus fan. I feel like I don't know, Aeolus is great. So with that being said, let me do what I said. Let me do what I originally planned on doing before I kept forgetting. And I want to rank the song before I give my thoughts. And this one, right to the top, we got a new lead. Keep Your Friends Close was definitely my favorite song for a little while. Keep Your Friends Close is so good. But aside from Aeolus being such a cutie patootie, and besides the song just being so catchy and fun, um, to get into some of the analysis, the line "Everything has changed since Polites," I couldn't have said it better because oh my god, the way that bag would not have opened had Polites been there, the way Polites simply would not have let that bag be open is insane, and I stand by that. um, where am I at? Where am I at? Oh yeah, but talk about Aeolus for a second. Aeolus so far is the first person of any sort of god or monster status or power to actually be kind to Odysseus. Like it was like Odysseus loves games. Aeolus was like, "Bet, I got a game for you. I have terms and conditions, but if that's what you want to do, listen, it's in your hands. I once you take the bag, that's on you, Pookie." And to that I say, oh, before I say what I think, worth mentioning also, Odysseus what's it called? Aeolus being kind to Odysseus is probably further reinstating his god complex. Cause like, I don't know, if a god was nice to me, I'd probably be like, yeah, yeah, I'm cool or something like that. But the point I was going to make before I got distracted, what was Odysseus thinking when he agreed to stay awake for 9 days to guard the bag by himself? Because what do you mean there was no one else on that boat that could have watched the bag? Like, we know he couldn't trust Eurylochus. We know Eurylochus is on his shit list right now. It doesn't surprise me that Eurylochus, like, couldn't keep an eye on the bag. But there wasn't a single other person on that ship that could have watched the bag. That's all I got. I could say more about keep your friends close, but I would like to start getting a move on with some of these songs. ADHD behavior, me or Odysseus, or both. Because if I was Odysseus, I'd forget about that bag in like an hour. I'd see a bird fly by and be like, oh yeah, I was supposed to be watching that bag. Anywho, let's go to the final song of the Ocean Saga, Ruthlessness. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ourselves. You are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great. A Greek who reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate. But no. You let him live. Unlike you, I've got no mercy left to give, 'cause ruthlessness, mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ourselves. Die. What an amazing singer. What an absolutely phenomenal singer. What a phenomenal singer. What phenomenal animatics. I'd argue that Ruthlessness has some of, if not the best animatics in the entire fandom. But we're not here to talk about animatics. We're here to talk about characters and the songs themselves. So it's about time that he got punished. It's about time that his actions had consequences. To just start, the line I can't I don't think there's any way I could dissect the line "ruthlessness is mercy upon herself" that would give it, but just that line, "ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves." It's such like it's weirdly self-explanatory, but it's such a just a good line. And I know that's such a cheap way, like that's such a cheap description to use considering how in depth I've gone with all the other analysis so far, but it really is just it really hits home the lesson that Jorge is trying to go with. Like Jorge had a goal and he followed through with it and it shows. But let's see. Yeah, like I said, the song is the perfect payoff for all the lessons Odysseus had to suffer through so far, and it makes sense that the consequences would be more dire now that he doesn't have Athena or Polites to be his voices of reason, like in the past, whenever he had to face the consequences of his actions, there would either be like Athena there to come in clutch, be like, this is how you can redeem yourself. Or there would be Polites there to be like, you know, it's like one of those things, just like, hold me back, hold me back. Like in the past, Odysseus had someone to hold back his hubris. He doesn't have that now because Eurylochus is just as violent and hot-headed as he is. So there's no one to instill that sort of check on Odysseus now. Also, there's some people who I've like listened to and heard say that they, at least on the first listen, why they don't understand why Poseidon didn't accept Odysseus's apology. Personally, I just think it's because Poseidon didn't want an apology, despite Poseidon telling Odysseus that's what he wanted. Personally, I think the only way Poseidon might have spared Odysseus and his crew would be if Odysseus had got on his hands and knees and begged. Like Odysseus really would have to swallow every bit of pride in order to have a chance of saving his men. But unfortunately, the fact that Odysseus thought he was worthy of bargaining with Poseidon, and he accused Poseidon of misunderstanding him, which Poseidon took that personally. Poseidon was like offended, like, how dare you accuse me of not understanding the situation? Like that's disrespectful. At least to a god, So that was the reason Poseidon had to humble him. All things considered, this song might be one of the most, like, it is, since, let me see, I'd say since Remember Them, this song has the
Luffy, it's good to see you, buddy. Luffy!
Hi dear, welcome. We're talking about Poseidon. Hope you're doing well. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Like, this song and Remember Them both share the same traits in which it has the most payoff as well as the most setup for future stuff. Which is, I know, very vague, but you'll see what I mean. Oh, and the last thing, when it comes to the tone of the song, it was really good, except for some parts, like specifically the part I think Poseidon sounded way too sassy when he said, "But no." I'd rather him like be a bit more aggressive. But the part I hated the most is the end, where Odysseus is straight up like all I gotta do is open this back. Like, why are we doing that? You just killed the momentum of the song. It doesn't, that ending was not satisfying to me in the slightest bit. But the song itself is great, and more often than not when I do listen to Ruthlessness, I can look past that. But in this kind of tier list, I have to be ruthless and I have to be critical. And so therefore, I think ruthlessness is going to have to go probably under Luck Runs Out and right in front of Horse and the Infant. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. I like that. Do I like Horse and the Infant more than Ruthlessness? I don't know. I'm going to leave it there for now. Those two might be interchangeable in the future. Just woke up from a nap. Good morning. Hope you had a good nap. Hope you slept well. Ah. Okay, doke. Let us we got through that saga really fast. We're making good pace. So now, without further ado, let's move on to the Cersei saga with Puppeteer. I lied. We will be taking a break to draw on the board. And I don't know if you noticed, we got a new board. Brand new slate. So Deer can have the first drawing. What would you like, Deer? Let me know what you want. Laboon! You got it. Here, you know what I'll do? I'll pull up, because I have oh wait, I actually don't want to look up Laboon on stream because there might be spoilers. So let me look it up separately. I need a reminder what Laboon looks like. Alright. And then while we do that, I'll play some music. What music do I have? I could just keep playing the pirate music. I could use some chill vibes. And also a chance to rest my voice. Cool. Okay. Let's do it. Let's draw Laboon. Alright. Let's do. We'll put him in the middle. I like Laboon a lot. I like One Piece a lot. I think Laboon deserves to be in the middle. Big circle. And then we do down like that. And then big mouth. I'm going to do from a front facing angle because that's the picture I found. And it's going to make it the easiest to draw it is a new board. I figured because the board from the subathon was just too full. I ran out of room. I simply ran out of room, so I had to put up a new sheet of paper. So this is a brand new paper. Let's do the mouth. We do. There we go. Then Eyeball. Eyeball. Pupil. Pupil. Alright, now this jank ass straw hat. Oh god. You know what? Here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to draw because the straw hat on Laboon's face looks like it was drawn like blindfolded drunk. I'm gonna try drawing it with my left hand to capture how jank it is. Then it's circle, circle.
Luffy, it's good to see you, buddy.
Hi, Dre. What's up? What's good? What's good? Welcome in. We're drawing Laboon. Taking a little bit of a break from the ranking. Courtesy of Deer. Enjoy your stay. Grab some pasta. Let me do. I'm kind of nailing this, TBH. All right, that's the sketch. I'm not gonna worry about the scars because I'm pretty sure if I try to do the scars, it's not gonna come out the way I want it to. Now I'm gonna trace the tattoo in pen. Let me make sure this pen's working. Yep. This looks so bad, but in the best way. Like, it's supposed to look bad, but I don't know. It is what it is. Okay. Now I'm gonna trace the rest of Laboon in Sharpie. Okay, there we go. Then we do eyeball, 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 mouth, mouth. Many teeth. This is many teeths. Many toothuses. Oh, I just got Sharpie all over my hand. Ah! Rats. There we go. Now a little bit of color. Fill in the nose. Pupil. Pupil. Uh, we could do a little bit of blue as a treat. Yeah. A little bit of blue as a treat. Do I have my blue Sharpie? I don't. Don't have a blue Sharpie, so we will simply use. I have a blue highlighter. How dark is this? Is this dark enough? I need I need just white paper to test this on. I don't have any white paper. You kidding? I don't want to use my sketchbook. Yeah, it's better. I have this weird ass triangle Sharpie, but you know what? It's a dark enough blue, so we're gonna use it. Let me pull up a picture of Laboon again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. There we go. Get a little bit up top here, and then I could also just use. I have the yellow highlighter, so I could just use that for the straw hat. I wonder, do I have red? Yeah, I should have a red Sharpie. I keep losing track of what I do and don't have. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's kind of hard to see from a distance, but close up, it's not bad. I promise. You're kind of gonna have to take my word for it. Maybe I will trace over the skull and straw hat with Sharpie after all. Maybe. I'll see. But for now, let's fill in that. And the last thing is just the red band that goes around the hat. There's Laboon. There we go. In all his glory. We love. Now, with that done, let's get back to Epic. Let me pause that, switch over to you, and then change the scene. All right, let's begin. What? Damn. No, I'm not the player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't declare I'm puppeteer, yeah. The world does not need to forgive. Got all the power, yeah, I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm a puppeteer, yeah. Look at all we've lost and all we've earned. Every single cost is so much more than what we've earned. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Okay. This is where the ranking starts to become very difficult. Puppeteer. Puppeteer. Okay. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Do I look? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Actually, I think my goodbye has to go a bit lower. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, because here's the thing. Like, so some of the metaphors in Puppeteer is obviously a metaphor for what it actually means to have god powers. We've been told multiple times, we've been told multiple times that Odysseus is not a god and is being punished for acting like he's a god. Now we get to see, like, if it wasn't obvious now, we literally have the musical telling us, like, hey, you want to see what a god looks, this here's why Odysseus is not a god. This is what it means to be a god. um yeah, I don't have much analysis for this song, but I will say, in regards to explaining why I like it so much, uh Puppeteer has some of my favorite instrumentals in the whole show. The strings that introduce Circe, they scratch an itch in my brain, and I really don't know how else to describe it. It's just so good. I think I might leave now. Have a great night, AJ. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for so long. We can definitely, if you'd like to, watch the rest of it together at any point. If you are interested in Epic, would love to do that. But for now, have a great night. Yeah, that's all I'm really gonna say for Puppeteer for now. I know it's not much, but I'd like to keep it going. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Next up, wouldn't you like? Okay, so before we do anything, AJ, I will. Oh, wrong thing. I will get your name on the board. Yeah. So, next stream, I'll put back the word ban. Well, no, next stream I won't have the. Once we're done with the tier list, I'll bring back the word ban redeem. It's just I'm not gonna do that to myself for if it's a gaming stream, I'll have the word ban, but if it's a predominantly just chatting stream, I'm not gonna what's it called? Uh have have the word ban. That's cruel and unusual. But yeah, have a good night. Anyway, let's get your name on the board. Let's get it. Let's get it right above Laboon. It'll be like a gamer tag for the world to see. Let me trace it first. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this wrong. Gotta be way too big. Gotta do smaller. Otherwise, it's gonna cover up like the whole thing. Okay. I just realized I'm not on face cam. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, okay, okay. So we do I T S A L E H A G E. Gotta knock over this board. M. There we go. A little hard to see, but it's there. I might chase over it later. But yeah. Okay. Let's rank Wouldn't You Like? Wouldn't you like? I really like Wouldn't You Like? All the Hermes songs are so good. Like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong screen. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like the Hermes like Hermes is just so good. I think I don't know. It's either I don't know if it's above Keep Your Friends Close. I think I gotta put it right under Keep Your Friends Close. I think Keep Your Friends Close stays in first for now. But let's talk about it. So, Wouldn't You Like? Hermes is a much needed tone relief and a much needed voice of reason. I really like the juxtaposition of Hermes being introduced in the Circe saga and being the agent of chaos that he is. He helps emphasize the whole puppet motif as Odysseus is now becoming Hermes' puppet. Um, oh, also, I want to draw attention to the first line that Hermes says, which is, I must say, what a brilliant speech you gave. This song is the first obvious example. Well, not I shouldn't say the first, but it's a very obvious example of checks and balances within the musical. And what I mean is Odysseus the same way when I talked about polities and I was mentioning how we have to have hope in order to feel despair. The same logic applies for Odysseus right here. What I mean is we need to see Odysseus get rewarded once in a while for his accomplishments in order for us to feel something when he gets punished for his flaws, because otherwise it's just like, well, who's this dumbass? Like we need this was a much deserved win for Odysseus. And because he deserved this because Odysseus took the time to respect his crew and communicate with Eurylochus. He was rewarded for finally valuing his crew, regardless of how he or how the listener might feel about the crew's competence. But moving away from character analysis and lyric analysis for a second, the song every God, I know I keep using the phrase scratches my brain, but God, these Cersei saga really does scratch my brain in the best way. Like, okay, I'm going to try to explain specifically what about the music I like, but if the terms that I use are incorrect or pretentious, I apologize in advance. But in the chorus, when the background vocals come in during have some of the magic and outcome preferred, they harmonize with Hermes in a descending chromatic scale. And I'm unsure if those pattern of no, and also rather than just saying that, if you don't know what I mean by that, I'm talking about the part in the I'll sing it real quick. It's the harmony where it's like, wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. It's that harmony. And you hear it in the background. And it's so pretty. And I love it. I don't know if that pattern of notes is meant to symbolize anything in the song in terms of music theory, but I'm right now I'm just going to appreciate it on a surface level because it makes me want to get up and dance. And I love it. It's really good. And that is Wouldn't You Like? And now we are going to move on to Done For. Oh my God, I got so caught up in the music I almost forgot to pause. Oh, I was ready to go right into the next song. Oh, it's so good. Which speaking of, I think it is worth mentioning. I remember there was I forgot to put this in the notes, but since I mentioned that, I remember a complaint about Done For, and it's actually a complaint about a few other songs. I can't remember off the top of my head what other songs have this problem, but I remember listening to some other people's opinions about Done For, and I remember one of the biggest concerns was that it only people were saying it's only good because of its connections to the other songs, like the way it fades in, the way it fades out of Wouldn't You Like, and the way it phases into There Are Other Ways, because it goes right into the next song, and people say it doesn't hold its own as a standalone song, and it's not entirely wrong. Like like if you played Done for me, had I not listened to any other song, I'd be like, I no doubt would I feel a tremendous amount missing versus if I were to listen to like almost any other song. Like Done for definitely does have a bit of an identity crisis, but uh to go away from that for a second, forgive me because I'm not qualified to talk specifics about notes and instrumentals. But once again, the harmonies in this song specifically might be one of, if not my favorite harmonies in the entire musical, because the 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 part where Cersei and Odysseus start singing together with the "You made your one wrong move, now you're done for. I will be the one to prove that you're done for." Like they just work so well. And also character analysis wise, this is the first time his god complex is justified. He has the powers of a god. If he wants to act like a god, he can, as long as it doesn't get carried away. But character analysis for Cersei, real quick. The song does wonders for Cersei as a character. You know, knowing that she does what she does for the sake of her family and her quote unquote daughters is great, and it adds depth to part of the plot that hasn't really been talked about much, which is the themes of parenthood. I forgot to mention that when we were talking about ruthlessness, because it's important to mention that uh Poseidon says that Polyphemus, like the reason Poseidon is mad at Odysseus is because Polyphemus is his son. Well, at least that's what he says. The reason he shows up is because of Polyphemus, but it becomes so much more than Polyphemus because, let's face it, Poseidon's not a great dad. But with Poseidon and Polyphemus, and now Cersei with the nymphs, we now have two instances reinforcing the themes of parenthood, which will come important as Odysseus mentioned in Just a Man the importance of Telemachus to him. And Telemachus has yet to be brought up again since Just a Man. But it's nice to know that when he does get brought up again, it won't feel completely out of the blue, given we have these themes building up to it. Oh, and not just Telemachus. I forgot. I also want to mention, um, it adds depth to the themes of parenthood. Additionally, it plucks on the heartstrings of being a single mother, because Cersei is a single mother. Not only is she a single mother, she's a single mother in a power position. It's it's the perfect parallel for what we know about Penelope being the queen of Ithaca, and to our knowledge, a single mother taking care of Telemachus. That's what we know. I mean, for all we know, she could have remarried, but we're gonna assume the best for now. But yeah. Oh god, I forgot to rank Done For. I keep doing that. I gotta rank before I talk about it. Done For right below Ruthlessness. I might put Just a Man up. I don't know. You know what? No. Just a Man goes above Horse and the Infant. Does Just a Man go above Done For? I think Just a Man goes above Done For. Yeah. I think I was too hard on Just a Man. Just a Man's good. Anyway. But yeah, that's Done For. Let's move on to the final song in Cersei Saga. There Are Other Ways. It's so good. It's so good, man. Like, yeah. Yeah. New first place. 100% new first place. Listen. Like I mentioned before, when I first listened to Epic the Musical, it was about a month after the Ithaca Saga had just came out, and when I listened to it, I wasn't able to listen to all of it in one go. The first listen through, I listened up to Thunderbringer, so I did all of Act 1 and all of the Thunder Saga, and then I had to take a break from 2 days because I was listening to it with a group of friends, and I promised I'd wait for everyone to be available before I listened to the rest of it. Um, but for those 2 days, There Are Other Ways was without a doubt my favorite song in the show, and it was my favorite song. It was indefinitely my favorite song for about a week, and is still held to such high regard. Whether or not it remains my favorite song is still unknown, but we'll see. Um, but to talk about Cersei Saga as a whole, real quick, Cersei Saga just makes the listener feel good. It's such a feel good saga. It's about a beautiful, merciful witch lady rewarding our main character after all the shit he's been through. It's the first saga to have an objectively happy ending. Up until now, none of the sagas have had a necessarily happy final song. Like, you could argue the Troy saga had, like, it wasn't necessarily a bad ending, but it was definitely an ominous ending. It didn't end on a happy note. There Are Other Ways is the first time we're ending on, like, a happy note, and I appreciate that so much. But real quick, looking at Odysseus's character in this song, up until now, every conflict he faced, like I mentioned before, he decided to handle it on his own by bargaining, manipulating, or with violence. But the second someone challenges his love for Penelope, he instantly folds, drops all hubris, and nothing else matters to him in that moment but reinstating his love for Penelope. And really, the last time we saw Odysseus this emotionally vulnerable and humble was the Troy saga. It was Horse and the Infant. When the last time we saw Odysseus begging was when he was begging Zeus, who was also the only one who challenged Odysseus's love for Penelope, claiming that if you don't kill this baby, you are killing your wife, and if you don't kill this baby, you don't love your wife. And he's like, no, no. It's like a child. It's like playing gotcha nose with your child, like a child. Like, clearly you don't have the nose, but the child doesn't know any better. But you know what? I'm roasting Odysseus for it. Like, I'm claiming that he's a child for it. But all things considered, it might be his saving grace. So yeah, like, it's really good. It's really good. But that ends Cersei Saga. We are now entering the final saga for the stream and the final saga of Act 1. We are now entering the Underworld Saga. good. That's Underworld. Just the song, not the saga. Also, weirdly enough, the only song where the the saga shares the name as same name as the song. Um, this was the first song to make me cry listening to it. First time I listened to the song, I was a mess. But before I get into it, let me rank it. Let me rank it, then I'll talk about it. The Underworld. Where does Underworld go? I want to say either above or below My Goodbye. My Goodbye, weirdly enough, has become like the the focal point. Like for whatever reason, I've revolved a lot of my decisions based on do I like it or dislike it more than My Goodbye. That seems to be what it's coming down to, at least for a lot of the recent songs. think I don't. I think I like the Underworld more than My Goodbye. Yeah, but it might change. We'll see. But let's talk about it. So, for starters, the motifs. So many motifs. We get introduced to. We begin the All I Hear Are Screams motif. That'll come back later. We get the waiting motif. That'll come back later. We get payoff for motifs that we've seen in three other songs that are arguably some of the most important songs, given what I've mentioned before. If we go all the way back to uh like Full Speed Ahead, when I was talking about the angel and the devil on your shoulder, how it's the what's it called? The what's it called? The two. Oh my god, I just lost my train of thought. The duality of the conflict of humanity or monster, because the three songs that get brought back up in this saga, or this song with the payoff, are Just a Man, when they're singing When Does a Man Become a Monster. We get Ruthlessness. Why would you let the Cyclops live when ruthlessness is mercy? And we get Open Arms, which is the whole theme of why humanity is good. So yeah, this is the most emphasis we've had on Odie's internal conflict since Just a Man. All of his actions and consequences are coming back to torment him all at once. In my opinion, though, one of the most crucial parts of this song is Odysseus' mom. And it supports Odysseus' desire to become a monster the most, because it introduces a new conflict that we haven't really talked about much, the conflict of time. Because now that the journey has taken so much longer than anticipated, time is no longer a luxury Odysseus have. So, like, he can't waste time trying to spare potential threats anymore to get home, because now it's living in the back of his head. Like, the longer he waits, like, what's happening in Ithaca while he's gone? He doesn't know. And the longer he waits, the more that could happen. Is his family safe? Will Penelope remarry? All of which are risks that he's no longer willing to take, which we're going to see more in a song to come. But this is where it be. This song is where the question gets asked. In a song or two to come is where the question gets answered. But for now, we have No Longer You. So let me quickly check one thing. All right. Yep. Without further ado, let's do No Longer You. Amazing. Amazing. No notes. Amazing. Okay. Give me 1 second. Give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 second. I need let's do that. Let's do that. I need to properties LOL.
Hi, Tony.
Hi, Lore. Guys, Lore's here. Lore's so cool. Yeah, I
It's
asked.
me. Oh God, I'm still Marvel
It's
Rifle.
perfect. No notes.
I was playing Marvel, but I'll switch
As you
that.
should. While you fix that, I'm just gonna quickly grab no longer you and put it right where it belongs.
Oh,
Right where it belongs. Right where it
yeah.
belongs. It's not by much. It's not by much because one of the biggest things that I think might hold no longer you back for me from keeping its first place, it's just I there was a point in time where I got a little sick of it because admittedly the the chorus is a little bit repetitive, and that wouldn't be a problem if the song also wasn't a bit short. So the problem is I kind of listened to it to death, and then it just kind of felt like I was beating a dead horse versus songs like There Are Other Ways. I can listen. I feel like that's a song that I can listen to as many times as I want, and I am yet to get
Mhm.
bored of. And that's not saying necessarily bored is the wrong choice of words, but that's just the one thing that holds no longer you back when it comes to my personal preference. But to talk about it in regards of the analysis aspect, I just gotta say, I think it was incredibly smart for Jorge to take advantage of the fact that people, if you have read the Odyssey, it's not, if you like, hold on, sorry, I'm trying to find my words. Um, for the people who like listened to the Underworld saga when it first came out, like before any of Act 2 had come out, had you wanted to, you could have listened to all of Act 1 and you didn't have to wait to figure out how the story technically ended. The Odysseys existed for however many years. We know how the Odyssey ends. We know the main story. We know the gist. So it's not like there's much suspense in how it necessarily ends, but again, Jorge took advantage of that. And this song is essentially saying, like, hey, don't worry that don't worry that you know how it ends. There's still enough to look forward to. This song is perfect for giving the listener something to look forward to in Act 2, in my opinion. And even more so because, like, I mean, without spoiling something, all the thing like because I don't want to talk about any future songs until we eventually get to it because that's how kind of I've been doing it. All the things that the prophet says we do see in some way, shape, or form, and it gives the viewer the listener something to look forward to. Be like, well, when is XYZ gonna happen? Which, funny enough, that's how I've watched some animes. That's how I've gotten some anime where I can't remember a specific show off the top of my head, but there's been times where like I'll find a show, I'll randomly watch like episode 43 without any context of anything that's going on. I'll get invested in the plot and be like, right, let me start from the beginning before I spoil anything. I think I did it with Steven Universe. Steven Universe was a show that I like watched a really like later on episode, figured out, hey, this is kind of interesting, and then kind of circled back to. And I think that's part of the reason why I also like No Longer You. It's just it's really good. It's very good. But yeah, that is No Longer You. And
I do have like a small point to make about No Longer You
go for it, of
that's
course.
agreeing with you. The way I listen to it, I don't ever listen to it just as a future prediction. Every point that he talks about is both a future and a past prediction. You can point out times in order of when all those things happened for
Mm-hmm.
both before he met him and what's going to happen after he meets him. And so it's this perfect transition of everything, and it's encompassing the transition of like just the whole story itself, the transition of going from a hero to a monster. Like it's beautiful. It's short, but it's supposed to
Yes.
be that way because it's a transition.
It kindly wraps like it wraps up all the plot of Act 1 nicely in a little bow while still leaving enough room for the uh character depth that we are about to get in the song to come.
Mhm, mhm.
It it addresses all of Act 1 in a world building sense versus Monster addresses Act 1 in a character sense. In the Odysseus sense. Which, rather than me saying that, why don't we take a look? and that is Monster. So, with that done, here's my dilemma and the reason that Laura was so kind as to join me for this final song. Monster, I have a weird relationship with Monster where I know how I feel about it, but for the life of me, I cannot put it into words, which is I I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, it's essentially a start of an era, right? Like,
Mhm.
we have just ended the Odysseus trying to be a hero era. This is essentially, um, oh God, the name of the first, mm,
Hmm?
what is it?
Uh
Horse and the Infant?
yeah,
That's
Horse
the
and the
first
Infant.
one?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's the Horse and the Infant of the second act, right?
Mhm.
This whole second section, this is how we started off. And we're starting it off dark instead of optimistic and bright. So a complete tone shift, him realizing, hey, I've been really wishy-washy. I haven't been doing the things that I was supposed to be doing, and I'm at fault, even if he's not completely. I'm
Mm.
at fault for people dying and me not being home right now. That's my bad. So even if I'm wrong, I'm committing to a thing, and
Right.
it, the whole goal still hasn't changed. Like, I'm going to make it home no matter what the cost. Whatever that looks like, I'm going home to my
Right.
wife.
It might be less him thinking it's I think the best way to describe it is he's coming to terms with the fact that he is the only one that can control his destiny. He is the
Mhm.
only factor that he can control because he can't control what his crew does. He can't control what the gods does. The only person that he can control is himself, and he's going to now do whatever he can. And to take other people into consideration is now no longer a luxury that he has.
Mhm. I can agree with that.
I like how you described those. It's it does give cuz act 2 really doesn't debate that question. It's answering the question. The conflict, exactly what you said. The conflict that was set up in in act 1 in Horse and the Infant in Just a Man, this is now we're getting the answer to that question. I mean, the name of the
Yep.
song itself is
All it
Monster.
takes is like almost 600 men dying to
Yeah.
become a monster, apparently.
Yep.
Not
600
after you kill a
men,
baby, not after you
mentor,
stab a guy in the
mom,
eye.
best friends, all that.
Mhm.
Took you long enough. But yeah, it's pretty good. But I don't think despite all that, I don't think I can put it that high.
Which is fair. I really like it for the tone shift and the setting up of the second act, but I get if you want to put it lower. That's totally valid.
Yeah, oh God, I really shouldn't have. Of all the songs that I chose to not be prepared for, Monster is probably the worst one. Oh man, because I always said I think I like the Underworld more than Monster, purely for the fact that the Underworld was the first song in the musical to make me cry, and any
Oh.
song that can bring that emotion out of me that instantly earns points in my book.
Mhm, mhm.
Um,
Yeah, that Politis callback and then his mother, like, that one
yeah,
fucked me up too. So I
it was
totally understand.
bad. And then I'm not sure if I cried on my first listen. I'm not sure if I cried on my first listen through or I cried on my first animatic watch because I know the first animatic that I watched of it. I forget who made it, but the way that they interpreted the line, I keep thinking of the infant from that night, they had the infant falling, and then Polites caught the soul. And I'm like, oh, what do you mean?
Oh.
Yeah, like,
Oh.
yeah. So I'm like, damn. But
Well, now it's a game. Do you like Monster better than
it's
Ruthlessness?
somewhere in between Ruthlessness and Just a Man. It's somewhere around these
Mhm, mhm.
three. Actually, I'm
Which one do you navigate to more?
uh
If you had to listen to it on loop, which one would it be?
I think Ruthlessness. I think I like
Mhm,
Ruthlessness
mhm.
more, and it might just because I like like Steven's voice a lot, and it's not
God, I love Steven's
it's
voice.
not
It's
that I
so
don't
good.
like Jorge. It's just we get a lot more of Jorge, so I don't rely on Monster if I want to hear Jorge.
Mhm.
But Steven, we don't get as much Steven, so I'm gonna take as much
We
Steven
get
as I can get.
2 Steven songs, that's
Yeah,
it.
and
And
tech
that's why I go and listen to his other music.
we get like two and like a hint in spoilers, Love in Paradise, but that barely
Mhm.
counts. Um, Now do I like it more than Just a Man? Because I can't really see myself looping either of these.
Which is fine. You can always put it there for now, and then when we get to the end, if you disagree with some of your decisions, then we can
Yeah,
we can recycle.
I might actually put Just a Man. Well, no, because I was gonna use the argument of like the Just a Man edits that I've seen are really good, but the monster edits are. I okay, you know what though? I've seen more Just a Man edits, which I know is
Yeah, because
not
it's been out longer.
I know, but listen, I need something.
You can have your copium wherever you want.
I need a little bit of leverage right now. I'm 100% gonna go back and look. I know it's somewhere in this
Yeah.
trilogy of Ruthless, Just a Man, Monster. Like if I was doing this as a proper tier list of like A, B, C, D, etc., all three of these songs would be in the same tier and my life would be so much easier and I wouldn't have to worry about which one I liked more. But I hate myself
Mhm,
and I'm doing
mhm.
it the difficult way, and that's okay.
You're doing your best.
Thank you. But on that note, that is going to wrap up the Act 1 tier list. So I'm going to get some other music playing. I fucking love this overture, which we're gonna hear at the end of the. Once again, credit to Luke Godfrey for this amazing animatic compilation. I'll play this song as we wrap up, and I can do all my thank yous. So thank you to everyone who joined. Thank you to Shatter for your raid at the beginning. If you're still here, once again, congratulations on affiliate and your model debut. Thank you for AJ for hanging around and modding. Just thank you for everyone here. Thank you so much, Lore, for helping me out at the end. Uh,
Absolutely. I've been lurking this whole time.
I appreciate you being here. Oh, thank you, Volt, for the sub. If you'd like, while we wrap up, would you like to talk about plans that you have coming up?
Oh, I mean, I have stream tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Sick.
EST.
What are you playing again?
Power Wash.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
gonna try to see if I can rope anyone into playing. Otherwise, I'll open it up to chat. And if I'm still alone, then I will solo. I don't mind. I love Power Wash.
It is very calming, and
It is.
it's the more we play Cuphead, the more I'm enticed to get calming games such as Power Wash.
That's why I had Potion Craft today and Power Wash tomorrow. Because I'm like, I think I fucked Tony up with Cuphead.
In the best way. It's all good stuff. But let me look to see who I'd like to raid. Decisions,
Ooh.
decisions.
Mandy's on right now. Somehow Lux is still on right now. That's
Yeah.
crazy. Cap's on right now.
Let me see. Let me see. I want to see. One
Cap's
thing.
doing Among Us birthday stuff.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, I like if I always feel bad if I have to ever choose like between like friends, so I usually go off of who's been streaming, like who hasn't been streaming for a long time, because it's likely they will be going for a bit longer and they can get the
Hmm.
most mileage out of me dumping all y'all's onto them and watching their amazing content. So let me see. I do
Cap's
see.
been going for 28 minutes, whereas everybody else has been going for a couple hours. I think Lux has been going longer because I feel like Lux was on when I was ending. They must have had like a stream crash or something.
Gotcha, gotcha. You know what? Let's do it. Let's definitely raid. Let's raid Cap. 'Cause Cap's got it's
Hell
his
yeah.
birthday. Some Among Us. Let's do it. So let me actually, before I set up the raid, let me get the raid message. Let me actually be a go. Oh my god! Wait, I forgot. I don't need to copy and paste. I have the commit. Yeah,
Hell
yeah.
yeah. I'm so proud of
Mix it up
you.
type shit. Let's go. And so yeah, we got the sub raid message on top, the follow raid message on the bottom. Pick whichever one you'd like. Let me do slash raid. It's just casual cap.
Yeah, it's casual Cap.
Cool, cool, cool. But so yeah, if you haven't already, please feel free to actually one more time before I do the raid, I'm going to do exclamation point socials, because if you have not already, please, please, please follow me on Blue Sky and join the Discord server so you can get updates as to when I'm going to be streaming next, because we will be doing, my hope is to do all of Act 2 some point next week, possibly Friday. We will see. But until then, I would like to thank all of you.
Oh god, Nin!
Nin! Alright, you know what, Nin? Screw it.
What
We're doing a double
timing!
raid. I literally just started raid. Alright, well, with that being said, Nin, thank you so much for the raid. I'd like to thank you all very much for watching. And until next time, have fun, be safe, and good luck. Take care.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.